Good morning, everyone. Test session here at the short chute. Bring them down if you're ready to make a run. We're going through the short chute today.
Check. 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 1, 2. Check.
Once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Texas Motorplex. We have got a whole lot of racing to do today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And we've got a house full of hot rods to do it with. Today is testing, and we're using the short chute rather than the staging lanes today. So if you want to make a test run down this all concrete racetrack here at the Texas Motorplex, put your car in the short chute and we'll get you set up to go. The track preparations have been completed. We're pretty confident we've got the sound system working well, and we know we've got the live stream up and running, and we are broadcasting on the live stream on both Drag Racer TV and the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel. Live streaming brought to you today by Spell Paving Services, Elite Motorsports, Larice Motorsports Insurance, and Elite HP.
Check. 1, 2. Check. Check, check.
All right, racers, we are good to go for testing, and we're coming to the short shoot. So if you want to make a test run here on the Texas Motorplex concrete racing surface, it is ready for you. Bring the cars to the short shoot, and let's get this baby underway. Pro testing going on till 4 o'clock. That clock is ticking. We're already on mountain time for that start, but we're not going to stop on mountain time. We're going to stop on central time. Race course here at the Texas Motorplex. We are ready to go. Bring your car to the short shoot, and we'll get the information into the computer and get you on the racetrack for this pro testing session. We're kicking off on mountain time, but we will. Test session, we're ready for you. Bring them to the short shoot, and let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, I just saw it. Okay. Hey, keep talking for a second, David.
Once again, Lone Star Forklift bringing you the Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. It's the 30th race in the history of Funny Car Chaos, and this is race number 1 of the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, presented by Wolf Pumps, Fat Tires Apparel, and the Red Line Shirt Club. Now, we've got a different live stream going today, but for Friday and Saturday, we will be back on flowracing.com, brought to you by Larice Motorsports Insurance. Holden Larice and the good folks down there at 985-746-4663. It's time for testing. Bring your cars to the short shoot, and let's try on the racetrack here at Texas Motorplex. Absolutely a Chamber of Commerce day here at Ellis County, America. Just inside the city limits of Ennis, where the Texas Motorplex has been producing low elapsed times and high mile per hour since the day it was born, and the cars went down the racetrack. If you want to be the latest to go down the racetrack at the Texas Motorplex, it's time to bring your car to the short shoot, and let's get this test session underway. We're going until 4 o'clock. But as my friend Warren says, that is a hard stop at 4 o'clock because there's a big photo session on the racetrack that will be the group photo for all of the funny car competitors. Going to take that group photo and going to start lining up at 4 o'clock. And that will take place before we have the pre-party in the pits tonight. Live music, barbecue, and a great time of socializing as we have got ourselves here at Texas Motorplex for the Funny Car Chaos family reunion. It's been a while since October, and we've been missing seeing each other, and some of you have already renewed your acquaintances. However, tonight at the pre-party in the pits, going to be the chance to do a lot of handshaking, a lot of elbow rubbing, and a lot of smiling, hugging, and greeting our friends of the Funny Car Chaos family as we kick off the 2022 season in style at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. So if you want to go down the racetrack, this is your time. Test session happening until 4 o'clock, and the track is ready for you. 55 degrees under clear skies at the Texas Motorplex. A house full of hot rods ready for some testing. A beautiful Thursday morning and a kickoff to a great season of Funny Car Chaos. This event, the second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. We have got the funny cars, of course. We've got Texas Drag Racers Association. We've got Dirty South Gassers, Super Stuckers, and Hot Rods. Plus, we have much, much more for you all through the week with the Jets, the Hot Rod brackets. More to see and do with the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association in the house as well, and anybody and everybody available to do some testing here on this beautiful Chamber of Commerce day. And it's going to be number 5 in points from last year, all the way from Littleton, Colorado. Tom Furchus is going to lead us off in this test session. So kicking it off with the beautiful Firebird funny car from Colorado. Just drove back from Colorado a few days ago in the snow, as a matter of fact. Didn't run out of the snow until after, you guessed it, Amarillo. Big snowstorm in Amarillo a few nights ago. Happy to have the moisture for sure, but great time up in Colorado. And, of course, last year, 3 out of the 4 funny car winners were from the great state of Colorado. One of them was Tom Furchus, and they have brought the car up for a test run here in this pro test session that is being live streamed on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel as well as Drag Racer TV. Thanks for the live stream being worked up and provided by Spell Paving Services, Elite Motorsports, Larice Motorsports Insurance, and Elite HP. Our test session will officially kick off with the car down the track coming up momentarily. If you want to make a run down the racetrack, we're coming up to the short chute. We're putting them in that way and rather than the staging lanes this morning and for the test session. And we are ready to get started as soon as you are. Bring us your cars and let's try on the racetrack. Track prep has been completed. Cheeseburger, Godzilla, everybody out there putting the finishing touches on it, making sure that we are good to go. And if they say it's good to go at the Texas Motorplex, you can bet your sweet bippy that we are ready to go. I tell you what, the last Chaos Live, Andy Carter was talking about all the work that had been done out here at the Texas Motorplex. And I tell you what, I think he understated the quality of the work. I'm telling you what, up here in the tower, all the work that's been done since last year's event, absolutely incredible. They have put this place back together, and it is first class in every respect. Congratulations to them. So all of you out there on the live stream, when you come out here to the racetrack, you're going to see what I mean, as this place is looking top-notch, and the performances this weekend will no doubt be top-notch, as we've got, don't have a final count yet, but looking like a little over 60 funny cars in the house for the second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic here at the Texas Motorplex. And, of course, race number 1 of 8, actually 8 points races and 9 races total in Funny Car Chaos in 2022. The 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour race number 1 starts with qualifying tomorrow. All that presented by Wolf Pumps, Fat Tires Apparel, and the Red Line Shirt Club. Just about a perfect day at the Texas Motorplex for this protest session as we got our first car in line on a full day of activities. Testing will be taking place on the racing surface between now and 4 o'clock. We're going to shut that down at 4 o'clock, and then it's going to be time for that picture everybody's been talking about. Been a long, long time since one of these photos has been staged, but it's going to happen here at the Funny Car Chaos Classic here in 2022 at the Texas Motorplex. So immediately after the test session closes at 4 o'clock, we are going to be letting you know before then, but we're going to have you come up and get ready for your positioning on the racetrack for this big photo shoot. And that picture is going to be one that everybody's going to want to have, as it will be one of those iconic photos, just like the ones that we used to see down at the Orange County International Raceway for the manufacturers meet back in the 60s and 70s. Protesting until 4 o'clock this afternoon, $150 per car, get your entry, and when you are ready, bring it to the short shoot. We'd like to get you down the racetrack so you can gather the data that you need for this all-important season kickoff for the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. Tonight, we've got the pre-party in the pits at 7 o'clock. It's going to be at the Big White Tent, I believe. We've got the music being provided by Cooper Wade at 8 o'clock with a special guest opening appearance by Sammy Eubanks. All of this thanks to Cameron Family Racing, Jake's Speed Shop. We appreciate them for all their efforts to bring us this pre-party in the pits. It will be a great time with fantastic barbecue. If you want to get yourself a barbecue dinner, just toss a donation into the jar before you pick up your plate and go through the serving line. And that's going to kick off tonight right about 7:30 is when the barbecue will begin being served. So the test session, the photo, and the pre-party in the pits, all part of the agenda here under beautiful blue skies, 55 degrees, and absolutely perfect weather to bring out the horsepower. And we've got cars ready to make runs down the track. If that's you and you want to get a run down the racetrack, get your entry purchased and bring the car to the short shoot. And when it's your turn, we will give you the opportunity to strap in, fire up, and try on the racing surface at Texas Motorplex. Live streaming today on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel as well as Drag Racer TV. We really got in Uptown today as we are on 2 different YouTube networks. Thanks to our excellent staff here and the miracle works of all our technical people, making sure everything is out there where it needs to be so folks can take in the testing and get a flavor for Funny Car Chaos. Of course, we'll kick off for real tomorrow.
It's $500 for my equipment.
Kick off for real tomorrow with qualifying, as we've got 4 different 8-car Funny Car fields plus the Fabulous 4 shootout. We've got the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. We're going to have the Texas Drag Racers Association with their Nostalgia Eliminator classes and Nostalgia Superstockers. We've got Jet Dragsters. We got Dirty South Gassers, Superstockers, and Hot Rods, plus the Hot Rod Bracket class. So well over 200 race cars will be in the house this weekend for an event that you don't want to miss a moment of. Make sure you find out where we are and get yourself out here to Highway 287, just inside the city limits of Ennis, just inside that western city limit sign the Texas Motorplex, where speed was born and where this weekend's racing is going to be one for the record books as we kick off the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, presented by Wolf Pumps, Fat Tires Apparel, and the Red Line Shirt Club. Live streaming today on the Funny Car Chaos channel of YouTube, as well as Drag Racer TV, thanks to Spell Paving Services, Larice Motorsports Insurance, Elite HP, and Elite Motorsports. Thanks to all of our sponsors and supporters for making these things happen as the Chaos Nation is ready to see the funny cars back in action. We're going to see some of that as the test session is ready to go. All of our competitors that want to make another test run here today. There was some testing done yesterday. And today the somewhat official test session. And looks like our first competitor is ready to make a run down the racetrack. Here comes the Pontiac Firebird Funny Car, made in America, of last year's D-Field winner, Tom Furchus and his crew out of Littleton, Colorado. All right, test session competitors, be sure that you bring your tech card up when you bring your car up for the test run. Remember, we're lining up in the short chute rather than the staging lanes. But when you come up for the test run, be sure that you have your tech card with you, filled out and signed in all the appropriate locations, so that everything and everybody is covered. Looks like we're making a test run down the AAA Texas lane. Tom Furchus put himself on the winner's list of Funny Car Chaos last year right here at the Motorplex. As the alcohol-burning Hemi underneath that Pontiac Firebird body, looking good and has taken home some Best Appearing awards. But at the Motorplex last year, found themselves in the winner's circle celebrating the D-Field win at the inaugural Nitro Madness at the Motorplex last year. As we kicked off the season last year, just like we're kicking it off this year, right here in Ellis County. Tom Furchus, Littleton, Colorado, number 5 in the world of funny car chaos points in 2021. Leading us off this beautiful Thursday morning at the Texas Motorplex, here in the test session, running down the AAA lane. Car launches and goes wall to wall, shuts it off early as they were looking for the 60-foot and the 330 incremental times. They're going to like them. 09960, 265 to half track before shutting it off and coasting through the lights at 129 miles an hour, 4.34 seconds. Once again, racers, as you can tell by the sound, we are ready for the test session. And if you want to get down the racetrack, bring your tech card, purchase your tech card, fill it out, sign it, bring your car and the tech card to the short chute. Let's get you down the racetrack here on a Chamber of Commerce day at Ennis, Texas, at the house that Billy built, the Texas Motorplex. You know, in pro football, they call Green Bay, Wisconsin, Titletown. In Funny Car Chaos, Titletown is Chickasha, Oklahoma. The brand new high-risk funny car of Singleton and Rayburn going to try on the racetrack. Making a test run with that new Camaro down that AAA Texas lane. Everybody going to be watching this. All right, racers, we've got this test session going. This is separate from your driver packet. So if you were planning to test today, you get the tech card for that at the gate where you came in, gate 10. $150 per car, many runs as you can get, but you do have to buy the test tech card. And, of course, after you've purchased that test tech card, you'll fill it out, sign it so that everything is proper, and bring it with you when you come to the short chute so that you can make a run down the racetrack. Once again, this is a separate deal. It's not part of your driver packet. $150 per car. Get your tech card at gate 10 where you came in. Get that tech card. Get your car ready to go. Bring it to the short chute, and we'll get you down the racetrack here at the Texas Motorplex as we've got this session going on until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Make as many runs as you can get with that tech card, but you do have to have it. Testing until 4 o'clock today. Then we've got the big funny car photo will be taking place on the track. And then the pre-party in the pits coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. 7:30 is when the barbecue will begin being served. 8 o'clock, going to be some of that live music from Cooper Wade. The special opening appearance by Sammy Eubanks. Chapel service is going to be Saturday morning at the same place you get your barbecue tonight. So put that on your agenda. Not only will we have the Chaos Family Reunion and the barbecue dinner with live music at our pre-party in the pits tonight, but Saturday morning, 9 o'clock, same place. It's going to be chapel with CBD Ministry. Craig and Beverly and David Garland, that's the CBD in CBD Ministry. And we'll look forward to seeing you there Saturday morning at 9 o'clock in the a.m. Well, all right, we are all paying attention now as the champ fires up the new Camaro funny car. High Risk, three-time defending world champion in funny car chaos. So the high-risk Camaro makes the burnout look good, sounded strong. You can see the track crew out there doing a little bit of work, and, of course, they shut the car down. They're going to take it back to the pits and check everything out. Better to have that happen on a test session than on a race day. Live streaming today on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel as well as Drag Racer TV. Thanks to Spell Paving Services, Elite HP, Larice Motorsports Insurance, and Elite Motorsports. Pre-party in the pits coming up tonight at 7. Barbecue served at 7:30. Some of that lip smacking delight. Burnout Barbecue Brigade. Just for a donation. Then live music coming your way from Cooper Wade. Sammy Eubanks opening it up tonight with the live music. It's going to be a great time had by all. Funny Car Chaos family reunion. It's been a while since October. We got a chance to shake hands and smile at each other. And the family continues to get bigger as we continue to have race after race. We're going to have 9 races this year, counting the non-points event up at Cordova, plus a couple of Nitro Chaos events in the 2022 season on tap. This is race number 30, which we kick off tomorrow. Today we've got testing going on, plus we've got the Funny Car Photo coming up at 4 o'clock, or just after 4 o'clock when we shut down the tracks testing session. Once again, anybody that wants to make a test run, you get your tech card at gate 10, which is where you came in. Get your tech card for today's test session. It's $150 per car. You can run as many times as you can get. You do have to buy the tech card, fill it out, and sign it, and turn it in when you come to the short shoot for your test run. And so everybody knows, 4 o'clock, there will be nothing else going down the racetrack except funny cars with the bodies up getting staged for the photo. It is a hard stop, 4 o'clock. Testing will be over. All right, bringing out the big guns now as the heavy equipment coming out to the racetrack, so something escaped that big Hemi. And so the track staff doing a little work, getting everything put back together so that it is just right, just like we like it for this test session, so they competitors can have everything right when they make these test runs. Once again, it's an open test session. $150 per car. Get your testing tech card at gate 10 where you came in. $150, that'll do it. Fill it out, sign it, bring it up with your car, and we'll get you down the racetrack. Here on our Thursday testing day, little something extra. made available, and that's always a good thing to have that happen early in the season, because sometimes we get a little rusty and sometimes we don't. But just in case we do, it's better to discover something you forgot on testing day rather than race day. We are broadcasting on 88.7 on your FM dial, Chaos Radio, KAOS FM. Race number 30 in the history of Funny Car Chaos, kicking off the 2022 season of the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, brought to you, of course, by Ed Wolf of Wolf Pumps, Fat Tires Apparel, and the Red Line Shirt Club. We're live streaming today, courtesy of Larice Motorsports Insurance, Spell Paving Services, Elite Motorsports, and Elite HP on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel, as well as Drag Racer TV. So choose your YouTube channel as we've got the broadcast going on. Not really something you'd pay to see is racetracks being cleaned up. However, we've got lots of great action that is going to be coming up the rest of the day until this test session closes at 4 o'clock sharp. And, of course, tomorrow and Saturday, FlowRacing.com, the place to be for the live streaming, brought to you by Larice Motorsports Insurance. 4 full 8-car fields, plus the fabulous 4 shootout. Looking back on last year, the Rodax Custom Coffee A field of funny cars was won by Kyle Smith in that fast alcohol Mustang over the big show car of Del Worsham. And in the AlkyDigger.com B field of funny cars, Doug Schneider got the win over Scott Palmer in that final round. The Wolf Pump C field was won by Bill Bernard in the alcohol Mustang, taking out the Nitro Plymouth Arrow of Levi Keenan in that C field final round. And we've already seen Tom Furchus go down the racetrack. Of course, he is the defending D field champion from 2021, as he got the win light over Bob Alberti Jr.'s Thunder and Okie Mustang last year. A 5th field, a 4-car field called the Napa Auto Parts of Waxahachie Spell Paving Service Fabulous 4 Shootout has been added to the program this year. So we will qualify 36 cars for Funny Car Chaos, round 1 of race day Saturday. 2 rounds of qualifying coming up tomorrow. We are in testing right now. I see a little Razzle Dazzle out there. And, of course, the 2nd annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic here at the Texas Motorplex, brought to you by Lone Star Forklift. Also the title sponsor for the 26th season of the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. Donnie McSwain and the team from Lone Star Forklift, bringing you that season number 26 Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. And, of course, it is presented by Mesquite Aircraft Sales and Service. Last year's winner in the Fuel Altereds was Aaron Morrow, driving that Nitro Relapse machine with a final round win over Mary Reap. Both those teams are here with funny cars this year. Here comes the new ride. Looks like Nick Johnson. Razzle Dazzle. How do you like that paint? I like it really well. Good looking color on that machine. One of the things that we've always loved about funny cars is how cotton picking colorful it is around here when the funny cars are in town. Alma, Nebraska, just outside Kearney, where we'll be racing later this year. First weekend of August, I believe, is when we make our annual trek to Nebraska. Nick Johnson's supercharged big block Chevy powered funny car called the Razzle Dazzle. Going to see if he can razzle us and dazzle us a bit here in the test session. If you want to make a run, it's an all-you-can-eat deal as long as you can get it done by 4 o'clock. All right, fire is lit on the Razzle Dazzle. Custom Creations Body Shop, Alma, Nebraska. For this funny car, if only through Nick's salary. All right. Heats the tires, and the car keeps going. There we go. He brings the car to a stop, gets it into the reverse gear, and begins heading back to the starting line. All right, let's take a ride with Nick Johnson down that AAA Texas lane. Here on the Thursday test session. Little pedal and the car hooks. Runs strong through the mid-range, and he gets out of the throttle, coasting through at 127 miles an hour. So the Razzle Dazzle off to a pretty decent start. Racing surface being checked by the Wolfman. And once we get the all clear, it looks like it's going to be another shot from High Risk. With their Maxima Racing Oils Camaro bodied funny car making its debut here at Texas Motorplex. Second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. Testing today, qualifying tomorrow, eliminations Saturday. Don't you dare miss it unless you have to.
I think one of the rules is
Well, all right, they're no longer sticker tires. Ken Singleton, three-time defending Funny Car Chaos champion. Old reliable, the Monte Carlo. Parked, I guess, as they have got this brand spanking new Camaro. High Risk machine. Sporting that Maxima Racing Oils livery. Working on championship number 4 if they can get it. There's about 59 other people here going to see if they can put a roadblock in front of that freight train, but a freight train it has been ever since the first time they came out. The first year that the ran Funny Car Chaos. Whoa! And so cleaning up some of the cones out there on the center. Parachutes come out about the quarter mile. 0.95 short time, 2:54 at the half track, but car was drifting towards the center stripe, got across it, took out a couple of cones, wound up back on the AAA side of the center line. And a 386 elapsed time with all that going on. I think they're picking up where they left off. Just got to get it to go a little straighter. So the race crew pressed into action once again to reattach the cones for those infrared timing system reflectors. Our Porta-Tree timing system in use here at the Texas Motorplex.
Closer to my work. Swing it fast.
All right, so the good news is there was no fluid on the racetrack. The bad news is they had to replace the cones, but that's a pretty quick fix. So it looks like we're getting ready to go back to it as we continue with our testing. Looks like the supercharged vet, if I'm to believe my eyes, Paul Harris. Paul Harris goes down that AAA lane on a test run at 542, 131 miles an hour. As we continue, looks like we're going old school dragster racing next with our next dragster coming up right here on Thursday at the Funny Car Chaos Classic. A little extra action for you with the test session going on. Well, okay, we're getting ready to go back to our testing session here. Need to remind everybody, if you plan to bring your golf cart down here to the starting line area, you will definitely need to have your golf cart pass. Those golf cart passes are available at gate 10, where you came in the gate. That's where you get your golf cart passes, and they will be enforcing that. So if you haven't already got your golf cart pass, you will need to take care of that promptly at the gate, gate 10. Just ask them for the golf cart pass, and they will take care of you. Well, haven't seen the tech card on this one yet, but I do have a text from a guy named Nitro Nick, who occasionally slides between the frame rails of this nostalgia dragster. Aaron Cox, Texas Tales, nostalgia top fuel dragster. Looks like Jonathan Johnson behind the butterflies, according to my information source. By the way, everybody, Nitro Nick Polison, unable to make it this year as the bucket list team has disbanded. So we're missing Nick, and I know Nick is missing us, but he did want to send a howdy to everybody here and let you know he's thinking about you and surely wishes that he was here doing some racing, but just not in the cards for this year. Now, if the sound of a nitro burning slingshot firing up doesn't make you wax nostalgic, I don't know what does. Supercharged, injected Texas Tales out of the San Antonio area. Aaron Cox's car. Jonathan Johnson, of course, drives the top alcohol funny car. He has competed before in Funny Car Chaos. Beautiful race car that they run. Jonathan in the seat this weekend of this nostalgia top fuel dragster. Nitro Nick Polison sends his hellos to everybody in Funny Car Chaos land. He's been known to put the helmet on and strap into this beast. Nostalgia top fuel at Texas Motorplex on a perfect Thursday. Jonathan Johnson brings it into the pre-stage. Whoa, nice launch, and then it goes into smoke. gets a little out of shape, and he gets out of the throttle, but good looking, good sounding. Just didn't hook up right out there just past the Christmas tree. The tires broke loose, got a lot of tire smoke out there. The car wanted to go sideways, and discretion being the better part of valor, the driver decides to opt out of pressing that throttle. But good looking, good sounding, looks like a lot of great potential there. 101 short time, just about that time when the tire smoke began to happen. Coasts through with a 7-second elapsed time through the 660 here at Texas Motorplex. All right, you're seeing some great cars coming up, doing some testing. We're going until 4 o'clock, but we're not going past 4. So don't try them. It ain't going to happen. It's a hard stop at 4 o'clock for this test session. A little bit extra for you as we kick off the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, presented by Wolf Pump's Fat Tires Apparel and the Red Line Shirt Club. We're under clear skies, 59 degrees, absolutely a gorgeous day out here. If we had raced any of the last 2 or 3 days, the wind would have been prohibitive, but just a nice little breeze out there. Gorgeous sunshine and a perfect day. Ennis Chamber of Commerce couldn't have ordered us a better day for day number 1. Actually, pre-day 1. This is a test session, a little something extra. And we're live streaming it for all the folks out there in Chaos Nation on Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel and Drag Racer TV. The Texas Drag Racers Association is going to be in action, and beautiful race cars just like this American Wind Machine. Bobby Bates, being directed by, looks like my buddy Josh Mosley out there. 4 classes in the TDRA. They run Nostalgia Super Stock, Nostalgia Eliminator 1 that has a 465 index, 5 flat the index for the Nostalgia Eliminator 2, which this competitor runs. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, I believe. Either that or Nostalgia Eliminator 3 550 index. Brings the car through the water and heats up the tires, getting ready for an assault on the AAA lane. Here at the Texas Motorplex, absolutely perfect day. Glad you're joining us, whether you are here in person or watching on the live stream. Thank you for being a part of Chaos Nation as we kick off the year with the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Those of you here at the racetrack, we are on 88.7 on your FM dial, Chaos Radio. My name's Dave. I'll be your voice in the chaos all weekend long, and there's a whole lot to see and do and talk about, and we're going to be talking about it from this newly redone announcer's box race control up here on the 2nd floor of the tower here at the Texas Motorplex. Man, they have put it together so well. All right, so there's your answer to the question. Bobby runs NE3 as he goes 548, 550 being the perfect number in that class. Kicking things off with their first race of the year in the Texas Drag Racers Association. Social media feed is filling up with people reporting their ETA at the Texas Motorplex. Folks coming from Mississippi and Tennessee and Colorado, Nebraska and Missouri, all across Texas and Louisiana. Even have some folks coming from way out west. Haven't got a count yet on all the states that we are seeing racers come here from, but it's going to be a bunch as we kick off the season for 2022 right here at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. The place looks great. All that fantastic new asphalt work done by Spell Paving Services. And, of course, the Tower Complex completely redone. As Billy Meyer told us, it was part of the plan. However, the freeze kind of stepped up the time frame on that. Last year's event here, we were working down at the bare bones as the freezing weather had caused the pipes to break, and we were down to the studs pretty much as they were remodeling this facility. Man, have they done it in a first-class fashion. Everything top-notch, which is exactly what you expect when you come to the first of the super tracks. Still the best, it's the Texas Motorplex. Testing until 4 o'clock this afternoon. If any of you want to make a run down the racetrack, you get your ticket at gate 10. That's the gate where you came into the pits, $150. And you can make as many runs as you can get in, but we will stop at 4 o'clock sharp, the end. Also, if you want to bring your golf carts down to these restricted areas, you are most definitely going to need to have your golf cart pass. Those are available down at the pit gate, gate 10, same place you came in. Be sure and get your passes, as that will be enforced. Golf cart passes required for access to certain areas here of the track. Beautiful day with a little breeze coming through that, coming through the tunnel there between the staging lanes and the racetrack. We are bringing our cars to the short chute today for this test session. Any other cars and crews wanting to get some test runs in, be sure to get that tech card at gate 10. Fill out the information, sign it, turn it in when you bring the car up here. It's good for more than one pass. It's good for as many passes as you can get in, but we will stop at 4 o'clock. So looking at about a little less than 3.5 hours left in this test session. Top 5 racers from 2021 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. Ken Singleton, you've already seen their brand new race car make a test run out here. Kirk Williams came in the number 2 spot last year. Definitely looking to move up. Jade Cook 3rd, Dan Butheras 4th, Tom Furchus, who was the first one down the racetrack in this test session today, finished in the 5th spot last year and here to defend his crown as the D-Field champion from last year's event, where we kicked off the 2021 season with a bang, and we're going to kick it off with a bang this year as well. Testing here with the second generation Pontiac Firebird. Get the tires wet. Getting that smoke going so that the temperature is up. We're testing in the AAA lane. AAA Texas, longtime sponsor of the racing here at Texas Motorplex. There's my buddy Wes Ramsey. Firebird takes a quick trip down Route 660 here at Texas Motorplex. 536, 129 miles an hour. Schedule for today, testing goes on till 4 o'clock. Hard stop then. The group photo is going to be taken between 4 and 7, but we're going to start staging the cars on the racetrack as soon as this test session comes to an end at 4 o'clock. So we'll give you more information about that as it gets closer. But this is going to be one of those things that absolutely everybody's going to want to see, want to have a piece of, is when we take the pictures of all these funny cars that are here. And the pre-entry list was 60. We've had a few add and a few subtract. And it's been surprises, last-minute surprises, with more folks deciding at the last minute to make their way here to the Motorplex for this second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. The more the merrier. But we know we're going to have over 200 race cars in the house, between the funny cars, between the Jets, Outlaw Fuel Altereds, Texas Drag Racers Association, Dirty South Gassers, Super Stockers, and Hot Rods, plus that Hot Rod bracket class. It's going to be a great day to be at the drags tomorrow and Saturday. It's also a great day to be at the drags right here, right now. Any of our competitors that want to get in on this test session, we are little over 3 hours left as we will shut down at 4 o'clock. But be sure and get your testing tech card. Fill it out and sign it. Bring it with you to the short shoot. We'll get you down the racetrack on delay pronto. Gates are going to open tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If you are staying out here, the gates are actually open 24/7. Spectator gates will open at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. High noon is going to be the first qualifying round for our funny cars. Test and tune for other classes from 3 to 5. And then tomorrow night, the All-Pro Show, 6:30 is when the main event will begin, with that second qualifying round for Fuel Altereds and Funny Cars. All-Pro Show tomorrow night beginning at 6:30. So those of you watching on the live stream and planning to make your way to the Texas Motorplex for day 1 or day 2 of the official event of this Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic, showtime tomorrow, in case you still have to be at work tomorrow, 6:30. Going to kick off that All-Pro Show. Second qualifying round for our funny cars and the first qualifying round for our Fuel Altereds. That is going to be something like 80 pro cars going down the racetrack. So, man, what a show that's going to be tomorrow night. Then on Saturday, gates will open at 8 o'clock in the morning, chapel at 9 o'clock over at the big white tent where the pre-party is going to be tonight. CBD Ministry, Craig Garland, Beverly Garland, David Garland having the chapel service at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. Time trials at 10 o'clock for our TDRA and our hot rod brackets. Pro qualifying at noon on Saturday. Round 1 eliminations for Funny Car will be 5 o'clock p.m. on Saturday. All of this information is available at funnycarchaos.com, or if you want to go to the Facebook pages, Funny Car Chaos or Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Several pages, several opportunities for you to find out all the information on scheduling, who's here, what's going on. And, of course, we invite all of you to add your social media input to your feed so that it gets out there in the interweb world so people can see what's happening here at the Texas Motorplex. Gonna be absolutely the place to be in drag racing this weekend, without a doubt. We are testing here on a Thursday afternoon. Rear engine dragster going to try out that AAA Texas lane. Yesterday there was a track rental, so several competitors got an opportunity to try on the racetrack yesterday. Mixed results, but a lot of folks got a chance to go down the racetrack yesterday. So that took a little bit of the urgency out for testing for some of the competitors that you might expect to be seeing here in this test session. However, a little over 3 hours left, you may begin to see some cars make their way to the short chute and get down the racetrack here at Texas Motorplex on this pre-race test session that we've got going on for you here. 60 plus funny cars in the house. Texas Drag Racers Association with their 3 different Nostalgia Eliminator classes plus Nostalgia Super Stock. And of course, we've got 53, I believe it is, Dirty South Gassers, Super Stockers, and Hot Rods. I'm telling you, that is a show in and of itself. And we're happy to have all of our friends from the Dirty South Gassers, Super Stockers, and Hot Rods here at the Texas Motorplex. Looking forward to the show that you always bring to the people. Ray Kelly's got not 1, but 2 Jet Dragsters here, the Game Exchange bunch. Prepared to really show up and show out with the Jet Dragster match race coming your way. It's going to be 36 cars qualified in Funny Car as our Texas Motorplex D field, Wolf Pump C field, Alky Digger B field, and Rodax Custom Coffee A field. That's 4 8-car fields. That's 32. But we've got the Napa Auto Parts of Waxahachie Spell Paving Service Fabulous 4 Shootout. Going to qualify 4 more. So 36 cars with the opportunity to score some elimination round points as we kick off the season in this championship tour. Every point matters. It came right down to the last race of the year to determine who was going to be number 1 and number 2 in the points. So every point matters, and it's a really big deal if you are accumulating points in the series here in the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, thanks to Ed Wolf and Wolf Pumps. Corey and Amanda Ford with Fat Tires Apparel. That's where you get your event shirts. That's the only place you get your event shirts, is at Fat Tires Apparel. Oh, and you may have also seen we now have the Funny Car Chaos store online. So you don't actually have to be at the racetrack to get some of that Funny Car Chaos gear. We've got the store online. It is up. We'll be talking more about that through the weekend. And, of course, Red Line Shirt Club. They've been a sponsor of Funny Car Chaos since the beginning. And this is the last race. There will be a Red Line Shirt Club booth set up. So the remaining inventory that they have for the road show is all on sale and priced to move, $10 per shirt. Not sure how much they've got, but it is priced to move. So I would ease on over to that Red Line Shirt Club booth and get you some of those specials while they've got them. Race fans, you are most definitely going to want to get your hands on some event shirts from Fat Tires Apparel, as they've printed up some for this spectacular event. And Corey and the team have outdone themselves with the event shirts for the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Be sure and get you at least one. You're probably going to want to take care of everybody in the family so that you can do the strut when you leave here with those event shirts from Fat Tires Apparel. That's the only place to get them. The official event shirt from the second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. They take cash. They take plastic. They will figure out a way for you to be sure and take home some of those incredible event shirts down at Fat Tires Apparel. Be sure and go see them. TheChaosStore.com. That's the online store. If you're not going to be able to be here at the racetrack and you want to get a little 2022 Chaos swag, you can do it online now. People have been asking for it, and we've got it. And it's TheChaosStore.com. You can count on some of the best merchandise, and they've actually got 3 shirts that you can only get online. You can't get them at the track. You can't get them anywhere else. Only online at TheChaosStore.com. Brand new. Just went live last week. And so you can be amongst the first to get that 2022 Chaos swag from TheChaosStore.com. A lot of people excited about that, as people been asking for us to get that online store up and running. Well, it has happened, and it is live right now. TheChaosStore.com. All right, we are in the test session here on the day before the official kickoff of the Funny Car Chaos Classic. If you're up here at the front of the line and you want to get down the racetrack, we are ready for you. Suit up, strap in, bring it on up here, and let's see what you got. We've got several cars out there, and we are ready for you. You don't need to wait for us to come get you. If you're at the front of the line, bring it on out to the AAA lane. That's the right side of the Christmas tree. And let's get these cars down the track, please. One of the originals in Funny Car Chaos, Mike Buchanan. First time at Funny Car Chaos, back at the original event, the inaugural event in 2017. This car was put together, and I mean, it was last minute, but they got it ready. Didn't have the paint on it at that time. It was just black primer, but they made it, and they ran at the very first Funny Car Chaos event back in 2017 up north of town. Mike Buchanan always said that the Charlie Thurwanger Ombre Vega funny car from 1972 was his favorite funny car. He always loved the way it looked. And he talked to Charlie Thurwanger and asked if he could do a tribute car, and Thurwanger said, please do. And you can see what a fine piece it is. As I mean, it is practically exact in how much it resembles that 1972 Nitro funny car of Charlie Thurwanger. Mike Buchanan from Kansas, one of the first to run Funny Car Chaos, one of the reasons that we're still going strong all these years later. As they answered the call, put a funny car together, and been having fun ever since.
We haven't met in person.
I was just sitting there
actually.
thinking,
Yeah.
we haven't actually met.
Not in person, no.
I saw you from a distance
I've
at
heard
Eddyville.
I've heard your voice and you've seen me.
Yeah, this is actually the first time that
Yep.
we've communicated quite a bit, actually.
You do some stuff together, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We do Chaos Live.
Yep. And I had him on my show maybe a month ago or so. Yeah, I like this. Man, that story of the guy bringing his funny car to school. Man, I wish stuff like that could happen more often. That's awesome.
Yeah, he said.
Took his funny car to school.
No. He asked me how I got started in this, and when I was in the 3rd grade, Kelly Chadwick brought his his Nitro
Kelly.
funny car to my little town and did an exhibition run in front of the high school.
Yeah, it's not
All stuff you can't get away with now.
not happening today.
Yeah. Mike Buchanan, Goddard, Kansas, the Ombre 72 Chevy Vega funny car. Just like Charlie Thurwanger's funny car was when he started running it, it's got a supercharged big block Chevy for power. Now, early in that year, they were running at Green Valley Raceway, and the blower exploded on Thurwanger's car, and that was the last we saw of the big block Chevy, as when it came back to race, it was sporting a supercharged Hemi. But this one, true to the original, supercharged big block Chevy powered Vega funny car, the Ombre. Mike Buchanan trying out that AAA Texas lane on our Thursday test session as we've got the test cars continuing to show up in the short chute. Try on the Texas Motorplex the day before race day. Early in the season, you want to make sure you work out the kinks and get your routines back down, because after a while, you kind of forget some of that stuff and you have to get back in the groove. Better to do it during a test session than to do it on race day. So here we go. Mike Buchanan bringing the funny car up into the pre-stage, trying out that right side AAA lane. Tire smoke at the hit, pedals it, gets back on the throttle, and eases through at a 6:04. But that was practically instantaneous tire smoke from the Ombre funny car. So Buchanan heading for the exit up there at the top end of the racetrack, while the penny pincher makes its way down here on this end. That is your 2021 champion of the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. Keith Zimmerer has got that beautiful penny pincher machine poised to take on the racetrack as we are testing the day before the official race day begins. The mighty Zim, big supercharged Hemi-powered fuel altered, won the 25th anniversary season championship in the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association, capped the deal at the World Finals of Funny Car Chaos and the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association at Alamo City Motorplex right at the end of last year. Zim comes in needing a few points to seal the deal, and he got it done early, and he is your defending champion in Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing, presented by Mesquite Aircraft Sales and Service. Will Hanna turning the wrenches on this machine, and they have had it consistent as can be. You can almost always count on something in the vicinity of a 3.80 second elapsed time. Sometimes a few hundreds over, seldom a few hundreds under. They know the number that they need to run, and they have turned on wind light after wind light throughout that 25th anniversary season of the Outlaw Fuel Alters. Season 26, kicking off here at the Motorplex at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. Brings the car through the water, gets the tires a little wet, and heats them up. The mighty Zim, Keith Zimmerer. Running the AAA Texas lane on our test session. Looks like we've got a little Illinois Thunder coming up next. .60 degrees and beautiful blue Texas skies at the Texas Motorplex. We're broadcasting on 88.7 on your FM dial, Chaos Radio. My name's Dave. I'll be your voice in the chaos all through the weekend. We're glad you chose to join us in person on the live stream for a great day of testing. And we've got two fantastic days of racing coming your way, kicking off in the morning. Little shake, and the car wants to drift towards that center stripe as he got into some shake right there out just past the 60 foot. That was a 9.83 short time, 2:70 to the half-track point, shuts it off a little early, goes 460 at only 114 miles an hour. So our test session continuing here at Texas Motorplex. Little extra action for you at the second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Coming up next is going to be the Nitro car. Got 2 Nitro cars in a row coming your way. This is going to be Levi Keenan, runner-up in the C field last year here at the Texas Motorplex, looking to move up just one more spot and put himself into the winner's circle as the winner here in 2022. And they have always got the horsepower to make it happen in the Illinois Thunder Plymouth Arrow. How about a little pop in the tank? This Nitro Hemi providing the motivation for the Illinois Thunder Plymouth Arrow. Always carries quite a punch. Tom Moultrie horsepower. Typically for a great qualifying number and a lot of rounds in eliminations. Levi Keenan turning the wheel. Gets that burnout done. You can tell they've done this before. Goes right into reverse, backs it up straight down the racetrack, not needing a whole lot of direction. Getting a little bit though. As the Illinois Thunder Plymouth Arrow trying out that AAA lane here in testing on Thursday at the Motorplex, the day before we kick off the official start of the 2022 season of the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. You can see the Wolfman up there looking on. Ed Wolf of Wolf Pumps, one of our presenting sponsors and a big part of our series these days. Fat Tires Apparel and Red Line Shirt Club, also part of our sponsorship program. Just like that, I mean to tell you, 406, 192 miles an hour, not a wiggle, not a shake, just straight down the racetrack. Man, good looking start right there for Illinois Thunder. The test run goes flawlessly. 1:17 short time, 2:77 to the half track. Soft combination in it, goes 4:06, 192.03 miles an hour. As they have served notice that they came to play, and they're looking for another final round visit, just like they had last year. One of the things about Funny Car Chaos is you run your combination, not somebody else's rule book combination. So if you want to run let's say an injected nitro funny car, you can do that. So we've seen supercharged injected nitro, supercharged injected alcohol, nitrous oxide, turbocharged, and now for the first time, injected nitro. A funny car, a fuel funny car. Here at Texas Motorplex on a perfect Chamber of Commerce day at Ennis, Texas, Julie Nadas behind the butterflies of this A fuel funny car. You know, we've been talking about this for quite some time. Wonder why somebody doesn't do this. Wonder why somebody doesn't do that. Well, you talk about it a while, and it happens. Of course, the injected nitro Hemis, Randy Meyer has been powering top alcohol dragster teams to championship after championship. So they decided, well, what if we put one of those in a funny car? Because part of the process is allowing up-and-coming racers to try their hand at A fuel dragster, as a prelude to possibly stepping up into top fuel. Well, if it works with the dragsters, would it work with the funny cars? We're about to find out, because this is happening. Murph McKinney chassis reworked to take all the injected horsepower that this Meyer engine can put out. Julie Nadas doing the driving. Bringing that power plant to life. It'll sound different to you if you're comparing it with a supercharged nitro car. The injected nitro cars start off a little different. They sound different the whole way through, but there's plenty of thunder. When it's time to thunder, they do rock. They'll go over 200 miles an hour, way over 200 miles an hour, but sometimes need a little help getting a start. So the crew helping Julie to get the car going into forward motion, heats up the tires. Now applying the Armstrong reverser to the situation. Brand new combination. Julie Nadas steps out of the injected nitro dragster into the cockpit of the injected nitro funny car, making her Funny Car Chaos debut right here at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. A little testing underway before we start qualifying tomorrow. At the hit, instant tire smoke from that injected nitro Hemi. So that's why we test. They're working on getting the power to the ground from the starting line all the way 660 feet. Didn't happen that time. So the slow roll of the funny car down kind of looks like it's coming to rest in the vicinity of the finish line, so we'll get the car off the racetrack. So the testing process necessitated by the new combination. They've got more experience than most running injected nitro engines. However, not in the funny car. Getting the power to the ground seems to be the trick at the moment. Plenty of power at their disposal, but instant tire smoke so far as they attempt to send the car down the racetrack under full power. So the crew's out on the racetrack making sure that the funny car makes it to the exit, and another funny car enters the starting line area, and it's going to be your defending champion from last year's Rodax Custom Coffee A field of funny cars, as they've got the Family Feud going on here this weekend. This is Kyle Smith. Last year's car just orange. This year's car with that PC disposal livery on it, with those optic greens and optic oranges there with the black background, looking really sharp on that Mustang funny car. Here to see if they can defend their title as a field winner in Funny Car Chaos. Race fans, great to have you here at Texas Motorplex in Ellis County, America. Always happy to see you here. Lots of funny cars, lots of dragsters, lots of door cars, lots of gasters. We've got it all for you this weekend. Over 200 race cars will be in competition this weekend as we kick off the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour with a bang. Testing until 4 o'clock, when we will have a hard stop at 4. And then the barbecue dinner and live music at the pre-party in the pits coming your way. Plus, racing tomorrow and Saturday as we kick off qualifying on Friday. We'll finish qualifying on Saturday and go to eliminations. Qualifying 36 funny cars. And round one eliminations is going to be Saturday evening here at the Texas Motorplex. Glad you're here. I'm sure you're glad you're here too. Whether you're tuning in on the live stream on Funny Car Chaos channel or the Drag Racer TV channel on YouTube, thank you. That ability to watch on the live stream today is brought to you by Spell Paving Services, Elite Motorsports, Larice Motorsports Insurance, and by Elite HP right here in the Fort Worth, Dallas Metroplex area. Kyle Smith, Wichita, Kansas, had a great run last year at Funny Car Chaos. Supercharged, alcohol-burning funny car. Consistent. 3.6, 3.7 second performer. Brings that machine to life and going to try out the AAA Texas lane as we continue with testing on a perfect Thursday afternoon. So the fire goes out and looks like not going to attempt to restart, or maybe they are. It looks like they're not. Hooking up the tow strap right here. So an unfortunate set of circumstances right there for the Smith team. So a wiring issue of some kind has continued to plague the Smith team as they were unable to get the car to relight. And our next funny car to make a test run makes its way up here to the starting line, the Detroit Tiger team, all the way from Michigan, and always with a stellar record in Funny Car Chaos competition. Steve Tomosic and the Detroit Tiger team have that classic Monza funny car in the water. They'll get the starter hooked up. And let's see if we can get this one down the racetrack. Running our testing today in the AAA Texas lane here at the Texas Motorplex. More cars ready to test. As I can see, Outlaw Fuel Altered looks like the Lone Star forklift machine, the wild one, Donnie McSwain, coming up after the Detroit Tiger. So this supercharged methanol burning Hemi-powered Monza funny car getting ready to come to life. Testing part of the drill, especially early in the season while we're waiting to get our routines put back together. All right, funny car competitors, been asked to let you know that the yellow tech card is for testing. That's what you bring to the short shoot to get your test run in. The blue tech card is for chaos competition. The Funny Car Chaos staff is going to be making their way around the pits to collect your blue tech cards. So please have those filled out and ready to go, as the Chaos staff will be picking up those blue tech cards for tomorrow's racing here in a little bit this afternoon. But your yellow tech card, that's for testing. You bring that with you to the short shoot. That's where you turn it in. Steve Tomosic brings the Detroit Tiger down to the Texas Motorplex. Puts the car in the three stage, sends that Monza right down the racetrack to a 426 at 141. Off the throttle a bit early, but a good looking lap. .102 short time, 272 half track. Off the throttle a bit early, clicks it to a 426, 141 miles an hour in the Detroit Tiger. Season number 26 of the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association, featuring incredible beautiful cars. Just
Check out
like this one of Donnie
twistedShifters.com
McSwain.
for the largest selection of made in the USA
Rockwall,
custom
Texas,
shift knobs.
home for the
Everything to
Wild
fit
One.
from old to new, race cars,
Lone
hot rods,
Star
and even the big
forklift.
semi trucks with our adapter for the ear shifters to use all of our shift knobs.
Funny Car Chaos
Custom engraving
Classic at
options,
the Texas
logos,
Motorplex.
you name it. Chrome handled plungers and custom canes
This
like you've
car
never
is a
seen
pride.
before.
Lone Star
TwistedShifters.com, made in the USA, and we ship worldwide.
Supercharged and injected methanol fuel. Big Hemi.
If you can race it, chances are we make a piston or connecting rod for it. Oh, we have about 4,000 to 5,000 different part numbers on the shelf for connecting rods and pistons. So about half of what we sell comes right off the shelf, and the other half is custom-made parts. I am a firm believer in distribution and everybody getting their cut, doing their job, and getting rewarded for it. So we'll see how that goes in the future.
Let's take a ride on the wild side with Donnie McSwain's Wild One. Looks good, sounds good. That is a beautiful race car. Best appearing candidate for sure. Donnie McSwain from over on the east side of the Metroplex. Rockwall, Texas. The car loses fire. Got awfully quiet out there, which is not the sound we want. The Wild One with a good-looking smoky burnout has the car lose fire out at the half-track point. So the tow vehicle on the way down the track, either for an attempt to relight or to attach the tow strap. Not sure which. Looks like tow strap. Tough break right there from McSwain and his team. Like we say, that's why we test. It's better to have that happen today rather than in competition. So hopefully they'll get everything put back together and they'll be ready to go when qualifying commences for the Outlaw Fuel Altereds. Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's show, an all-pro show, is we've got over 60 funny cars to qualify, plus I believe 14 Outlaw Fuel Altereds. It'll be an all-pro show tomorrow night. 6:30 is that kickoff for the second qualifying round for funny cars, and that will be your first qualifying round of Fuel Altereds. So tow strap on, Wild One on the way down the racetrack. And coming up now, we talked a little bit about injected nitro funny cars. Suddenly in 2022, it's a thing. Todd Barker, Marlow, Oklahoma, switches that back in black Corvette Stingray over from supercharged injected to injected nitro. Barker, a consistent performer in Funny Car Chaos competition since early on. One top 5 finish and a top 7 finish in the years that we've been running a Championship Tour. This is the 4th year that there's been a championship tour. As the first year, there was one funny car race in 2017. Ran 4 races in 2018, and it became apparent that this was going to be a sustainable series. So, Best of Texas Barbecue Sauce, John Hale steps up and guarantees the points fund, and we began running for a season championship in 2019. 51 cars raced for the championship in 2019. In 2020, it was 55 cars that raced to earn points for the championship. And last year, it was all the way up to 87 cars accrued points in the 2021 Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. Overall, there have been 127 drivers to compete in Funny Car Chaos competition since it began. 22 at the first race. And then as things progressed, we are now up to 127 drivers that have run in Funny Car Chaos. And that number is going to go up, as you've already seen some first-timers making their Chaos debut this year here at the Motorplex. So you catch that different sound when they bring the injected nitro cars to life. A little quiet, a little more reserved. Lots of punch. It'll sneak up on you. Todd Barker, Marlow, Oklahoma. Black and black Stingray to life, gets the tires good and hot, heats up those Goodyear racing slicks. And we're listening. It sounds like it's still under power. Yes, heading back this direction. So injected nitro funny car becomes a thing again in 2022. My first drag race was in 1970. There probably were some injected nitro funny cars there, but I know for a fact that at the first race I went to in 1971, Terry Pringle was running a Dodge Challenger bodied funny car, the rambunctious Dodge out of the Gene Snow stable. Terry Pringle ran that injected funny car along with several other Texas competitors. Ben Griffin amongst those, and they would run injected funny cars all through the state and actually on up into the Midwest in the UDRA as well. So injected nitro funny cars making a comeback here in 2022. We've already seen one, Julie Nadas. And now here's the second one of the day. Todd Barker going to see if that Oklahoma machine hard launch gets out of the throttle as the car was wanting to veer to the right, but no tire smoke. 106, but off the throttle already about that time, 106 short time. Coasting through, but showing promise. You you can feel those injected nitro burners. They come up to the starting line. They're a little bit quiet, but when they hit the throttle, you know what you're hearing. And, man, do they rock. So Barker makes the test pass down the AAA Texas lane. Car heads for the exit. Makes it all the way off the racetrack. And it's time for another car to go down the racetrack. This one, a fuel altered. Your attention, please. Butch Hill. Butch Hill, could you go to your trailer, please? Butch Hill, please report to your trailer. So the injected nitro altered now, trying out the AAA Texas lane. I'd tell you more about it, but there's not even a car number for me to look it up. So I'm just watching like you are. Just maybe with a better seat. I don't know. Folks got some pretty good seats out there. And you probably got where you may be watching from. Well, that one's got it figured out. 385, 161, 096 short time, 2.51 to half track, 385, 161.31 miles an hour, and that was a good-looking, good-sounding run, the injected nitro altered down the AAA lane. At last year's season opener here at the Texas Motorplex, the winner of the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association race was Aaron Morrow, driving Terry Darby's Nitro Relapse Fuel Altered. So 2022 comes around, and Mr. Darby says we're going funny car racing. Not like he hasn't done it before. He's done it for decades, literally. The Darby name synonymous with alcohol funny car racing back in the AAFC days, All-American Funny Car Series. So this brand new funny car on the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, Aaron Morrow turning the butterflies, Terry Darby doing the tuning. They were consistently 3.7, 3.8 second performers in Outlaw Fuel Altered. Let's see how all that translates to the world of funny car. Beautiful Trans Am body machine, the familiar blue and gold. Nitro Relapse funny car making its chaos debut at the Texas Motorplex on a perfect Thursday afternoon. A lot of anticipation from the North Texas delegation.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We have dozens of different fire pits, all on the website. The style folds flat, carries easy. Drink stands, throwing shoes, throwing bags, we'll hold your cans. Military signs, firefighter, full selection on the website. Personalized signs of all types, custom clocks, stuff for the man cave in the garage, code hooks, key hooks, indoor, outdoor, powder coated to last. 360steel.com. Spell it out, 360 Steel.
.63 degrees under cloudless Texas skies. The Darby and Morrow Trans Am supercharged, injected nitro burning machine with Hemi power strikes the tires on the right side of the Christmas tree in the AAA lane. Funny Car Chaos testing the day before we go hot with the initial qualifying round of 2022 racing in the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, presented by Wolf Pumps, Fat Tires Apparel, and the Red Line Shirt Club. We are live streaming today on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel and Drag Racer TV, thanks to Spell Paving Services, Elite Motorsports, Maurice Motorsports Insurance, and Elite HP. Tomorrow we'll be on FlowRacing.com, our official live stream provider for our Funny Car Chaos events. That, of course, also brought to you by Holden Larice at Larice Motorsports Insurance, 985-746-4663. Terry Darby guides his driver Aaron Morrow up to the beams. It's on the driver now. He's into the pre-stage position. Nitro Relapse Funny Car. Nice smooth launch. Car wants to take a little turn to the left, so Aaron gets out of the throttle. 0.99 short time and off the throttle right about then. Coasting through at 80.7 miles an hour, 5.83 seconds. Thursday afternoon testing at the Texas Motorplex at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. Race number 30 of Funny Car Chaos starts tomorrow. Gates are going to open at 8 o'clock. Noon qualifying for Funny Car Chaos. Time trials between 3 and 5 p.m. And the main event, the All-Pro Show tomorrow night at 6:30. Everybody get a chance to get off of work and make your way to Ennis, America for day number one, the official day number one of the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. An all-pro show with 60 funny cars, more than a dozen Outlaw Fuel alters, and much, much more here at Texas Motorplex. So that testing tech card was an all-you-can-eat special. Paul Harris out here for his second run in this supercharged Corvette. A regular in the old school back half series here in North Texas. And in fact, I believe he's champion after a very hotly contested 2021 season. Old school back half, of course, ran in the Nitro Madness at the Motorplex last year. Paul Harris brings this Corvette up for another test run. Straight down the middle to a 550 at 129.49 miles an hour goes Paul Harris in the Corvette. So a good-looking run on the AAA side of the Christmas tree for Harris. And that'll bring us the second attempt for Tom Furchus. Came out and made a good run early in that Made in America funny car out of Littleton, Colorado. Tom Furchus, D-Field winner at last year's event. Out here to see if he can defend that crown, as we will qualify 36 funny cars this year at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Got a feeling Nitro Kevin is going to enjoy seeing 60 funny cars going down the racetrack here at Texas Motorplex today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Tom Furchus, Littleton, Colorado, number 5 in the world of Funny Car Chaos in 2021. Brings that red, white, and blue Made in America Pontiac Firebird funny car to life in the AAA Texas lane. We are testing on a Thursday afternoon. An additional opportunity. Try out their new combinations, try out their different combinations, or maybe just get the kinks out and knock off the rust after the off season. But whatever the reason, we're glad to see them and you right here at Texas Motorplex for the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic, as we kick off the year with race number 30 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. Live streaming on a couple of different YouTube channels right now. Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel. You want to be sure and camp out on that Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel. You can see interviews, you can see race reports, you can see race results. We've got all kinds of footage there on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel. And of course, Drag Racer TV. Where else would you want to be? with their massive amounts of footage from races all across these United States. Tom Furchus, number 5 in the world last year in Funny Car Chaos, D field winner in this Made in America Firebird Funny Car, puts it in the stage. Oh, insta spin right at the hit. Car with that wobble going down the racetrack, so he still has the car running, and once the wobble stopped, he was able to go ahead and ease on down the racetrack. However, that may not last very long, so not the run they were looking for in the Made in America Firebird. However, shiny side is still up. He stayed on his side of the stripe, just didn't get the performance that they were looking for. All right, we've seen a nostalgia dragster already. Here comes another one. Beautiful ride right here. Once again, going to try out that AAA Texas lane. This supercharged Slingshot dragster. This weekend's racing, it's going to be a packed house with over 200 race cars. Running in Funny Car Chaos, Outlaw Fuel Altereds, Texas Drag Racers Association, Dirty South Gassers, Super Stockers, and Hot Rods, or our Hot Rod Bracket class. Plus jet dragsters. And who knows what else you might see, because at Funny Car Chaos, it's usually chaos in that you never know what might show up, and it will be fun, and it will be fast. All right, fire's lit. Supercharged nitro burning machine strikes those tires over here in the water box. Sounding good. This car running TDRA, Texas Drag Racers Association. Now, if you hear me not giving a lot of data on somebody, there's one reason for that. It's a good reason. It's that I don't know and I ain't going to make it up. But I don't have tech cards on these because they're turning them in when they come up to the short chute to make their run. So I don't know. I think this is Michael Anderson, as they have been posting on social media about running a little nitro in their nostalgia dragster. Man, I'm sitting here behind the car in the tower. This car's got some thump to it. Let's see if they can put that power to the ground and make a good run down the AAA Texas lane here at the Texas Motorplex on Thursday afternoon testing. Gotta love the sound of this, the feel of this, the look of this, that old school early 70s. And I know the Nostalgia Tour runs Slingshot Dragsters now, but back in the late 60s, early 70s, this was top fuel. And it is still as cool as it gets in this Cowboys book. I mean, right down the middle, twin parachutes blossom in this North Texas spring. 441, 167.79 miles an hour. Made it look really easy down that AAA Texas lane. 441, 167.79 miles an hour, 1.1 to the 60, 295 to the half track. Right down the middle to a 441, looking good. Nice job, gentlemen. All right, the Psycho 2 Outlaw Fuel Altered up for a license pass. Sending a shout out to Billy Souls at Travelin' Smoke Barbecue in Wellington, Kansas. Watching on the live stream. Putting out some of the best barbecue in the known universe. Wish you were here too, brother. Ratitude as well. But thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Come on down if you get a chance. See you as soon as we can. Here we go with the license run. Lurch Wilkins, the Wilkins and Gilliland machine. Psycho 2. We are having some fun at the Texas Motorplex on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. We are testing until 4 o'clock. Psycho 2, Outlaw Fuel Altered, heavy on the fuel. Nice looking burnout. Backs up the car. This is a license pass. Not sure how far along in the licensing process they are. When you're getting your license, you have to make incremental passes from short to out the back door. So if they've already made some license passes elsewhere, you might see this car go down the racetrack to half track or beyond. If they haven't, you might see just a very short squirt. Either way, Psycho 2 looks and sounds like it'll be a contender at any moment. Into the pre-stage. Good looking squirt there, on the throttle, off the throttle, back and forth. 0.99 short time and a 572 through the 8th. Coasting at 136 miles an hour in the Psycho 2. This event has been the debut for all kinds of new paint, new wraps, new cars, new crew members, new teams. Going to see quite a few first-timers making their Funny Car Chaos debut here at the Texas Motorplex for the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic.
Spell Paving Services provides professional customer service and performance for your next industrial or large-scale private paving project. From parking lots, roads, and driveways to seal coat, chip seal, concrete, and asphalt, there's no job too big for the team at Spell Paving Services. Serving a 500-mile radius from Dallas-Fort Worth, Spell Paving Services has you covered. Call 214-384-3056 to get a competitive quote today and tell them the Chaos sent you.
Not many race car shops can say they've been in business for 60 years, but we can. Here at S&W Race Cars, we specialize in welding and fabricating, designing and building door car, dragster, funny car, and alter chassis. We provide water jet cutting and other production services. We have several thousand roll bars and roll cages, custom tube bending, fabricated 9-inch forward housings, and rear frame kits. We run a full-service machine shop, and so much more we couldn't squeeze into a 30-second commercial. Give us a call at 1-800-523-3353 or visit our website.
beginning of our 2022 season. Lots of interested onlookers, as you will always find to be the case when there's a funny car at the line. Even more so when it's a new one nobody's seen before. Didn't take long for this one to settle in. Look at that. 422, 165.5 miles an hour. And I'm sitting right behind the starting line, so that one, I mean, it was straight as could be, like it was on rails. That's a good omen for the future, as that car goes 422, 165, quicker and faster than Nick's used to going. So the Razzle Dazzle is putting on a little show for us here already. Last year over the Labor Day weekend up at Buchanan Dragway, which, oh, by the way, we will be at Buchanan Dragway 2 times this year, once with Chaos, the Funny Car Chaos kind, and once with Nitro Chaos. And, of course, the Funny Car Chaos event at Buchanan Dragway will be Labor Day weekend. This car, this team, got their first ever Funny Car Chaos win at Buchanan last Labor Day weekend when they got a win light in the final round against Keith Jackson's High Heaven Camaro. This, Shane Lawson, and the Man of War Mustang. Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, hometown for this Mustang funny car. Finished in the top 10 in points in 2021, number 10. Making that late season charge, but they were consistent all year long, consistently getting their performances to where they were predictable, and they went rounds more and more, wound up with the win light in the final round at Buchanan Labor Day weekend and closed the deal to finish in the top 10. Injected, supercharged alcohol burning machine, big Hemi power plant. This car will go quick. All right, so race crew, Cheeseburger checking everything out. Make sure we are good to go. He says we are. So a little fire in the pipes right about now in the Man of War Mustang. Testing continues until 4 o'clock. Kind of a slow start, but it's picked up rather well. Business is pretty good at the starting line here at the Texas Motorplex here on this fine Thursday afternoon. Shane and Bonnie Lawson, Man of War Mustang top 10 finisher in 2021. Daughter runs a junior dragster. They race as a family and have a lot of fun doing it. We have a whole lot of fun watching them do it as they race funny cars. In the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. All right. Last second procedures done. Driver moves up to the starting line to tickle that infrared. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Well, the car went instantly to the left, a little subtly, but subtle can get to be outrageous when you're going that kind of speed. So Shane gets out of the throttle. 1:01 short time, but he was out of the throttle by then. Coasting through at 78 miles an hour, the car launched hard, but began to go immediately towards the left. You don't want to take out Christmas trees or cones or find the other lane. So Shane brings the car off the racetrack in the shutdown area after an aborted run. Well, about the only number that they'll get any good out of is the 60-foot, and that was 1:01. So next up, the most excited race team in the world, bar none. And if you want to check me out on that, just go to the Funny Car Chaos channel on YouTube and find the event from Penwell Knights Raceway where this car, which is a nitro-burning Chevy, went all the way to the winner's circle. And you want to see an excited race team, this is them. And man, we love the enthusiasm that they bring. And the thing about it is they bring it every time the car goes down the racetrack. Alamogordo, New Mexico. This is Team Blown Scentless. Ray Stringer was at the inaugural Funny Car Chaos event up at North Star Dragway back in September of 2017. They were excited then, they're excited now, and they bring some enthusiasm and a powerful big block Chevy, steel block Chevy, running a healthy dose of CH3NO2. Blown Scentless, Oldsmobile Cutlass bodied machine, which you used to see all the big show guys ran those. And this car has been to the winner's circle. Always one of the crowd favorites out there in the pits, because when they fire it up, it sounds like nobody else's ride. A lot of thump, a lot of pop. That big block Chevy on nitro. Qualified last year in the quickest of fields. We had 32 cars qualify last year, and they made it in to the program, which a whole lot of folks, there were more folks that didn't qualify than did at last year's event because there were so many cars, and we qualified 32. This car was amongst the qualifiers. So that nitro Chevy made a statement last year at the Texas Motorplex, got into the program at the biggest funny car race in decades that we held last year in March here at the Motorplex. So making a test run here with this New Mexico-based machine. Ray Stringer turning the wheel, strapped in between the pipes. Get ready for some thump as they bring this baby to life. Doesn't take long for it to get all the way from southeast New Mexico. Alamogordo, hometown for this racing family. They have run Southwest Superchargers. They've run Rocky Mountain Superchargers. They've run Funny Car Chaos. Just about anything you can race, they'll race it if it's in a straight line. Wouldn't be surprised if they race some other things that aren't in a straight line, but straight line is their favorite, and man, does that make us glad. Another one of those competitors that has been with Funny Car Chaos since the invitations went out for the very first one. Man, oh man, has it been a fun ride to have this New Mexico team racing in Funny Car Chaos all these years. This is the 6th year that there's been a Funny Car Chaos. First year, of course, was just the one event, but it didn't take long. As Pete Jensen says, it didn't take long to figure out that Chris and Tara were on to something spectacular. It has taken off, and what a ride it's been. Nitro Chevy right down the middle. Out of the throttle a little bit early. 494 at 115. 111 short time. And a 305 to the half-track point. So the blown scentless Nitro Chevy goes 494 at 115. Off the throttle just a bit early, coasting through the finish line. Able to make the exit without a parachute. Lots of shutdown area here at this racetrack, particularly when you're running on that 660-foot race course. Bobby Bates brings the altered back up, ready for another assault on the AAA Texas lane. 5.50 index is the class that this car runs. You'll see the TDRA, Texas Drag Racers Association, in action tomorrow and Saturday with 4 classes. Nostalgia Super Stock, Presley Insurance Group Nostalgia Eliminator 3, John Ferry's Aluminum Cylinder Head and Block Repair NE2, and Alki Digger Nostalgia Eliminator 1. They bring a great show, and that's an absolutely perfect addition to Funny Car Chaos, the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. Bobby typically goes right down the middle and right to a 550. This time he goes a little quicker than that index, 543, 124.2. So he's always got a little he can hold in reserve in case he happens to need it in TDRA competition. Pontiac Firebird brings it up for another run down the racetrack here in our test session at Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. We kick off the season here at the Texas Motorplex this weekend. In 2 weeks, we're going to be down near Baton Rouge, Louisiana at State Capitol Raceway for the first annual Chaos Cajun Nationals presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance. Then 3 weeks later, we're going to be at Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin, Texas, a place we've been before a couple of times. Spent a year off the schedule, and now it's back on. Pine Valley Raceway, Lufkin, Texas, for the 3rd event of the season. And then in the middle of May, May 20th and 21st, the 4th annual Funny Car Chaos Oilfield Nationals at Penwell Knights Raceway in beautiful Penwell, Texas. June 3rd and 4th will be Nitro Chaos up at Eddyville Raceway Park. Then June 17th and 18th will be the inaugural Funny Car Chaos at Cordova Dragway in Cordova, Illinois. That's a non-points exhibition event, but what a great venue to be at and to bring our brand of funny car magic to in the state of Illinois. July 15th and 16th, first annual Nitro Chaos at Buchanan Dragway, just west of Joplin, Missouri. They're at Asbury, Missouri. July 29th and 30th, the third annual Funny Car Chaos event at Eddyville Raceway Park. August 5th and 6th, third annual Funny Car Chaos at Kearney Raceway Park in Kearney, Nebraska. And then Labor Day weekend for the fifth annual Funny Car Chaos at the Labor Day Classic. 533, 129.6 miles an hour as the Pontiac Firebird takes on that AAA Texas lane. Our season in 2022 is going to start at Texas Motorplex and end at Texas Motorplex, as we are going to be one of the featured events in the Stampede of Speed. And our time on the schedule is October 7th and 8th for the fourth annual Funny Car Chaos World Finals right here. Texas Motorplex, Ennis, Texas. Next up, a little test run for the rear engine bracket dragster. Then it's going to be time for another Nitro Funny Car, as that Motivation Mustang of Chuck Lofton is being called up to the water box by Ed Wolf and Fred Spell. Well, that's not the sound you want to hear when they go down the racetrack. 10:28 and 64 miles an hour in the dragster. Race crew drags the mops out, checking to make sure that any fluid on the racetrack is soaked up. And while they're working on that, the Motivation Mustang, inspired by Billy Meyer's own Mach 1 Mustang from 1972, makes its way up to the water box. Chuck Lofton been chasing the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour since we started collecting points, and has been a contender year in and year out. Came to the races this year with not one, but two funny cars. We've been seeing this one for the last several years. Beautiful Mach 1 Mustang out of Seguin, Texas. let's get ready to rumble with the Motivation Mach 1. It's been an interesting last few weeks for the Lofton family as a tornado came really close to their shop. Did a little bit of damage and rained some insulation down on their funny cars inside the shop. Thankfully, they were okay, and their cars were okay. In fact, they're here. And they look like they're ready, and it sounds like they're ready. And let's just see what Chuck Lofton can do with this incredible Mustang as he gets ready to make a test run down that AAA Texas lane. Chuck and Angie Lofton. You gotta love Chuck and Angie. They're dog lovers. How do you not love somebody that loves shelter animals like they do? Great folks. When they first showed up at Funny Car Chaos, we were like, never heard of them. But it didn't take long as he qualified for the A field right off the trailer. How you like that? 389, 203.34 miles an hour. Our first run over 200 miles an hour today, as that car was on a run. And I mean, it was straight, true, pretty, and beautiful. One flat to the 60, 266 half track, and that Nitro Hemi was motivating that Mustang to the 203.34 mile per hour mark at the 8th mile, 3.89 seconds. You could tell they were pretty fired up about that as the car went right down Broadway. Hats off for a great job to Team Motivation. Smiles all around, and people on the live stream sending happy thoughts and congratulations to Seguin, Texas, and the Lofton team. Great job. What an effort. Well, they got to be feeling pretty good about things. Yeah. And somebody else feeling good about things was the Bradford American Dream team, as they had career best performances last year, as this white Dodge Challenger bodied funny car just kept getting faster and kept getting faster. Visited the 3-second zone, visited the final round, still waiting for that Funny Car Chaos trophy, Victor's trophy, to go home with them, but they are knocking on the door as the American Dream Dodge Challenger out of San Antonio gets ready to try on the racetrack here in Thursday afternoon testing. The big Hemi loses fire. Hopefully they'll be able to push it back and get it relit. We shall see. The American Dream Team out of San Antonio, Texas. Top 5 finish a couple of years ago. Barely missed the top 10 this past season, as their consistency, both in attendance and performance, keeps them in the hunt for the championship year in and year out. Tough break right there for the team. Well, looks like it's going to be an attempt to relight, which makes us happy. I like seeing funny cars towed by, but I much prefer seeing and hearing them go by at speed. So they're going to try to light this baby back up and get this test run in as we're continuing with our test session on Thursday afternoon at the Classic. Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. All right. Larry and Zach and Dustin and all the American Dream Team have the car relit. And get the tires good and hot again. Car still running. That's a good sign. All righty, in reverse and headed this direction. It's all looking much better now. Several racers out of San Antonio, out of the San Antonio area. These were the first. Larry Bradford ran the very first Funny Car Chaos event in a Corvette-bodied funny car with no roof. Just said topless on it, and it was. There was no roof on that Corvette. Qualified into the field. As I recall, he changed tires, put some new tires on there, and suddenly that car hooked and made a career best elapsed time for them at the time and made the program in the inaugural Funny Car Chaos at North Star Dragway in 2017. Dustin Bradford's doing the driving now. Has finished as a top 5 points earner. I think that was back in 2019. Almost made the top 10 last year, missed it by a place or two. Man, that car is on a run, heads for the center stripe after the finish line, but a 394 at 184.9 miles an hour is going to put some smiles on those faces as Team Dream goes 9.63 to the 60, 261 to the half track, and another 3-second elapsed time for the American Dream. 394 with an 184.90 miles an hour. Good looking run right there. Looks like the Dream Team is ready for action here at the Classic. So Dustin guides the car off the racetrack in the shutdown area, and it's time for the Flying Butcher. Chris Schneider has got the butterflies in his hand. I've got the Brutus Mach 1 Mustang funny car set to go. This car from the Show Me State. Chris from Jeff City. Finished number 2 in the points in 2020. Had probably their best season ever as a racing organization. Wound up finishing number 9 last year as the competition was. But this team always brings the show, whether it's Justin Craig as the backup guy or whether it's the incredibly long, smoky burnouts that Chris Schneider does. When Brutus comes to the line, the fans come to their feet because the show is on. John Troxell's machine. Career best elapsed times last year as they just continued to shine in race after race after race. Going to see what they've got going on here in 2022 at the Classic. Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at Texas Motorplex. A little bit extra for you with this day of testing. Looks like it's going to be a steady stream of race cars between now and 4 o'clock, but at 4 o'clock, it stops. And we're going to be making a picture of all the funny cars on the property, on the racetrack. Going to be definitely a classic. One that you just going to have to put on your must-have list. Chris Schneider steps on the throttle. The car goes right. He pedals it and gets back into the throttle. 430, 173.94 miles an hour. So off the throttle and back on, there's more there. But 430 is a pretty good place to start. And they are looking good in the Brutus Mustang funny car. 430, 173.9 miles an hour on that first test run of the day. Coming up next, this is Raymond Dawson in the high octane Outlaw Fuel Altered. Ray was your 2016 champion in the Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. As we mentioned, this is season number 26 for this bunch of racers. And the high octane machine, definitely a great looking ride and a steady 3-second performer all the way from Nevada, Texas. Race crew doing a little action with the mops up there in the starting line area. And just as soon as they get the all clear, they will be ready to light the fires and light the tires. Alcohol burning Hemi, providing the motivation for the high octane Outlaw Fuel Altered. Good to go. Turning the car to the right to get both slicks in the water. Now they're going to back up to get both slicks in the water. Kind of came up at an odd angle. Testing on a Thursday afternoon before race day tomorrow. Raymond Dawson, high octane, Outlaw Fuel Altered. Thursday afternoon testing. 60 plus funny cars in the house. 14 Outlaw Fuel Altereds. and counting. 50-plus Dirty South Gassers, Super Stockers, and Hot Rods. I'm going to guess about 60 to 65 Texas Drag Racing Association. I don't know how many hot rod bracket cars we're going to have, but as many 82 and older bracket racing machines as there are in this part of the country, there should be a bunch of them. Going foot brake racing with the hot rod bracket class and 2 jets. And I haven't even toured the pits yet. I'm not sure what else is out there. There might be, I don't know, Top Fuel Dragsters. There might be any of a number of things out there. But on the track right now is Raymond Dawson in the high-octane Outlaw Fuel Altered. Now this car, when it's on, it can beat anybody. Did a little shaking. It looked like a fuel altered. You know what I mean? It was left, it was right, it was all over the place. It was tire shaking. And so it wasn't straight, but when do altereds go straight? Well, not always. 446, 151.21, and Ray Dawson doing a whole lot of driving out there still manages to get down the racetrack at 151 miles an hour. They'll do some tuning and some adjusting. And I can assure you that before the weekend is over, that car is going to be in the 3-second zone and contending for a win. Well, here comes the 3-time defending world champion of Funny Car Chaos, the only champion there's ever been in Funny Car Chaos competition. This is a brand new car. Old Faithful, the Monte Carlo bodied machine that they won 3 championships with, is back at the shop. I'm not sure how you part with a car that has done you that well, and so they're not parting with it. But they did build a brand new car. This car built by a couple of welders, one named Boyd, one named Ken, last name Singleton. And you might notice by the logos on the side of the machine that they're actually building funny cars. Now, if you are a 3-time defending world championship racer with an 83% win record, chances are you might know something about building a race car. They have definitely proven that they know how to get funny cars down the racetrack. So if you're in the market for a new race car, I don't know, Singleton might be somebody to talk to. Making a run right here on the test run on the Thursday afternoon. Brand new Camaro bodied funny car, still running that M1 fueled Hemi power. One thing about Old Faithful, they could just about unload it and go right down a dirt road. With a new car, you've got a little bit of adjusting to do, a little bit of getting used to the new equipment and making the proper adjustments so that it goes straight down the racetrack just like the old one did. Trust me, they'll figure it out. Number 1 in the world of Funny Car Chaos 3 years in a row. If there had been a championship tour in 2018 when they started racing funny cars and Funny Car Chaos, they would have been the champion that year too. We had 4 races. They won 3 of them. The one they didn't win was the one they didn't go to. Singleton and Rayburn, 3-time defending champions in Funny Car Chaos, bringing their new car to the racetrack for the inaugural race of the 2022 Spell Paving Services Championship Tour. Heating the tires in the AAA Texas lane. Tammy Singleton out there doing backup girl duties. as the racing family looks on. Singleton in the pre-stage. We're ready. Well, that didn't take long, did it? 360 with a 9, 216 miles an hour. Right down the middle, picking up right where they left off, just with a new car this time. The high-risk Camaro. I'm going to have to get used to saying that. The high-risk Camaro goes 360 at 216 miles an hour, 094 short time, 246 half track, and a 360, 216.01 miles an hour. I believe that is the fastest they've ever been. I don't think the Monte Carlo ever got under 367. So the new car, just what the doctor ordered. Not like they were ill or anything, but that new car is definitely running. It took about 2 runs, and that car was straight down the middle. So congratulations to Team High Risk. Wow. Now, next up, this is one of the coolest stories of this event. All of us that have been hanging around drag racing for any length of time at all know of the legend of Al Hoffman. One of the toughest, fastest, best funny car racers ever to put a helmet on. You see the name Hoffman on the side, Wayne Hoffman. That's right, it's the same Hoffman family. Wayne, the son of Al, brings this China Syndrome machine to Funny Car Chaos. It's a supercharged injected alcohol burning machine. China Syndrome, of course, the name that Al ran on his funny cars back before he got sponsorships and they became things like the Western Auto funny car and such as that. But the Hoffman family, towing all the way down from Connecticut, that's a little bit of diesel or a little bit of gasoline, depending upon which one you're driving. But it's a lot of fuel either way, and they wanted to make their debut at the Classic here at Texas Motorplex. And, man, we are excited that they have chosen to join the party in Funny Car Chaos. China Syndrome Funny Car set to make a run here in testing on this perfect Thursday afternoon. Don't forget, race fans, the schedule. We are testing until 4 o'clock. Now, at 4 o'clock, we will shut off. That is 56 minutes from right now. So if you bought that testing tech card and you're not in line, you probably need to get here, because at 4 o'clock, this will stop, and we will get ready for the pictures to be taking place. And then after the photo is made, it's going to be the pre-party in the pits over there at the Cameron Family Racing tent. Going to get some of that barbecue enjoy some of that live music from Cooper Wade and Sammy Eubanks. Everyone is invited. Just if you're going to get a plate of food, just make a donation. Toss some cash into the donation jar there, and get some of those great taste treats that always provided at the pre-party in the pits here tonight. Cooper Wade and Sammy Eubanks going to put out some of that good red dirt country. Not sure what all kinds of country they do. I don't know if they do any of that hick hop or not. And if they do, that's okay. I listening to Chaos Radio and got this song stuck in my mind. Sounded kind of familiar. Talking about funny car chaos. Our cars are funny like fiberglass, maybe carbon fiber draped over chromoly frame, with a blower and a hat, or maybe turbos or laughing gas. Mag on, fuel flow, baby, let's go. You gotta hang on to that butterfly real tight. Stomp the pedal to the floor for a rocket ride. It's a trip you will remember when the crew chief says to send her, hoo. That's the way that we do, the way we do. Y'all heard that one? All right, racer peoples, listen up. It is 10 minutes after 3. Attention, racer peoples, it's 3:11. Staging lanes close at 3:15. Not staging lanes, short shoot. If you are going to make a test run, you need to be in line of the short shoot within 4 minutes. If you're up there in line at 4 minutes, then we're going to attempt to run everybody out that has purchased the test tech card and has made it up here to do so. But the short shoot testing line closes at 3:15 by my watch, and that's 4 minutes. So if you've been holding off until sometime close to 4 o'clock, you're probably too late. But if you're in line, you're good. But staging lanes close in 3 minutes. And by staging lanes, I mean the short shoot for this Thursday afternoon test. So if you were waiting on something, the time is up. 3 minutes, whoever's in the short shoot line will have the opportunity to run, and those who are not will not. We got to cut it off sometime, otherwise we're not going to have the opportunity for this photo. So staging lanes close, short shoot testing line closes in 3 minutes, closer to 2. Seven o'clock is going to be the pre-party in the pits. Oh, by the way, as soon as we finish this test session, if you are not making a test run, you want to get your car ready for the photo, okay? And we're going to have you line up at the front of the staging lanes. That will be the staging lanes, not the short shoot. So starting at 4 o'clock-ish, maybe 4:10 at the latest, if you want to get in the picture, we're going to be looking for you in the front of the staging lanes, as we will run you from the staging lanes underneath the tunnel out onto the racetrack and get you positioned for this phenomenal photo that's going to take place from here at the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. So if you're going to make a run down the racetrack in testing, staging lanes close in 1 minute. If you're not there, I'm so sorry. If you're there, then we're going to attempt to run it out and let everybody get the run that is in line within the next 30 seconds. So pretty much if you're not there, you're not going to make it. But all funny cars, whether you're in the test line or not, we want you in the picture. And we will direct you from the front of the staging lanes onto your spot on the track for this photograph. Now, just to let you know, that's not going to be a 5-minute deal. It's going to be quite a while to get 60-plus funny cars onto the track staged up for the photo, but we know you can do it, and we know it's worth it. All right, everybody, the line for testing is closed. If you're in line, great, and if you're not, the line is closed. We will be lining you up for the photo from the front of the staging lanes. And that's going to start right about 4 o'clock. If quite a few of you were already there, that would be all good. But the testing line is now closed. So if you did not get to the line for testing, my apologies. All right, so here we go with Wayne Hoffman and the China Syndrome. Good looking funny car. Blowing hats off and making people smile all the way from Connecticut. Wayne Hoffman. Behind the butterflies. Making that test run here on a perfect Thursday afternoon at Texas Motorplex. Little pre-race testing for the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic, which officially kicks off tonight at 7 at the pre-party in the pits. Funny car testing on Thursday afternoon. Wayne Hoffman brings the car up to the line. Preparations concluded. It's on the driver. Into the pre-stage. Shift. Oh, my. All right, so a 501, 97.8 miles an hour, and we kept waiting for the car to shift. 104 short time and 295 to half track. Off the throttle, saving the equipment. 97.8 miles an hour, coasting across that 660-foot mark. 501 in the China Syndrome. Next up, going to be showtime. Donnie Massey. Another supercharged, injected, nitro Hemi-powered, fuel-altered. Once again, season 26 for the Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association, presented by Mesquite Aircraft Sales and Service. The Showtime machine, a past champion in Outlaw Fuel Altered Racing. You'll recognize really quickly when this one comes to life that it's a supercharged, injected, nitro-burning Hemi. Once again, the line for testing is closed. But funny cars, we're going to want you in the front of the staging lanes to send you up to find your spot, to be placed into your spot for the funny car picture. Gonna be fun. Donnie Massey, Little Elm, Texas. Showtime. Well, there's the sound of the Nitro Hemi shutting down and being directed out of the groove. Unfortunately, some fluid on the racetrack. Not what we were wanting to see. Not what they were wanting to see. So the mops come out, and the car will be pushed back. And we will continue with testing as soon as we can. Once again, we've got the photo coming up for all the funny cars. We're going to ask you to put your funny cars in the front of the staging lanes. We'll send you probably 2x2 underneath the tunnel and onto the racetrack where we will get you positioned for the photo. This should be one of those posters, one of those pictures that everybody's going to want, and everybody from here on out for the end, till the end of time, will remember seeing. I know I want one on my wall.
Spell Paving Services provides professional customer service and performance for your next industrial or large-scale private paving project. From parking lots, roads, and driveways to seal coat, chip seal, concrete, and asphalt, there's no job too big for the team at Spell Paving Services. Serving a 500-mile radius from Dallas-Fort Worth, Spell Paving Services has you covered. Call 214-384-3056 to get a competitive quote today and tell them the Chaos sent you.
Check out TwistedShifters.com for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs. Everything to fit from old to new, race cars, hot rods, and even the big semi-trucks with our adapter for the air shifters to use all of our shift knobs. Custom engraving options, logos, you name it. Chrome-handled plungers and custom canes like you've never seen before. TwistedShifters.com, made in the USA, and we ship worldwide.
So the race crew makes short work of the track cleanup, and the fire's lit on the penny pincher. Outlaw Fuel Altered. 2021 champion in the Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. Using one win and a whole lot of great performances to consistently earn points and take home the crown in the 25th anniversary season of Outlaw Fuel Altered. We are into season 26 now. Little bit of adjustment right there on the racetrack. And Zim backs the Altered up. Getting ready for this test run here on Thursday afternoon. Little pre-race action. As we've got the test session going on. Zim bringing the car up towards the infrared beams. Turn on that pre-stage light. Much straighter, much better, and a 380 with a 196.78 miles an hour. In Outlaw Fuel Altered Racing, that is just pretty close to perfect. 098 short time, 255 half track, 380 with a 9. The perfect run in that class is 3.800. They were 9 thousandths of a second from perfect, 196.78 miles an hour. The penny pincher is ready. Looks like they have come out with every intention of defending that 25th anniversary season championship. The Raw Valley Motorsports team is based out of California. However, these are European racers that have been racing across the pond for most of their years. They have done well and won championships in Europe, but they have come over to the United States and have this beautiful Pontiac Firebird funny car. It's got an injected big block Chevy running methanol, supercharged, and this is their second trip to Funny Car Chaos, and we're thrilled to welcome them back. Joe Leuenberg, I have to work on my pronunciation for that, and I probably blew it, but he says, just call me Joe. They ran with us up at North Star Dragway at one of the early Chaos events. Car has been pretty much in storage for most of the COVID years for that experience. But once everything got to where we could go back to racing, then they brought the car back out, and we're very happy they decided to bring it back to Funny Car Chaos, the Raw Valley Motorsports Firebird funny car. Joe Leuenberg backing it up after the burnout as that hot rod Chevy sounds good. When you're on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel, you go scrolling through there, you'll find an interview that I did with Joe at the race where they were at North Star Dragway. Bringing it early, 427, 167.56 miles an hour. Brought the revs way up and put that alcohol burner right down the middle of the AAA Texas lane. Joe goes 103, 280, and 427, 167.56 miles an hour top end charge. All right, racers, the staging for the photograph is not the short chute. It's the actual staging lanes behind the tower. So the only reason you should be in the line to the short chute is for testing if you made it in time. If you're getting in line for the photograph, you need to be at the front of the staging lanes behind the tower, the real staging lanes, okay? And if you have not turned in your blue tech card already, bring that with you. Once again, staging for the photograph is in the staging lanes, the actual staging lanes behind the tower. If you have not already had your blue tech card picked up, bring that with you to the staging lanes for the photo shoot staging. Photo shoot staging is taking place in the actual staging lanes behind the tower, not the short chute. The short chute is for testing only. If you made it, then you should be in the line in the short chute. If you didn't and you're wanting to get staged up for the photograph, you need to be in the actual staging lanes behind the tower. Thank you. Alex Barker from Marlow, Oklahoma. The Back in Black GTO supercharged injected alcohol burning machine got the win at the last race of the season at Alamo City Motorplex. Whole lot of shaking going on out there. Alex Barker with the final round win light at Alamo City Motorplex at our season-ending World Finals event. Becomes the youngest winner in the history of Funny Car Chaos. Father-son team running Funny Car Chaos competition. His dad, Todd, tunes this car and runs the A-Fuel Back in Black Corvette funny car that you saw earlier. While Alex works on both cars and does the driving on the GTO. Car didn't sound right, so Alex gets out of the throttle. Veteran move there for the young man. And the car coasting through at 47 miles an hour. Once again, racers, if you are in line in the short chute, that is only if you are coming up for a test run. If you are wanting to get in line for the photograph, you need to be in front of the actual staging lanes, behind the tower. We'll get you staged back there, and we'll send you up underneath the tunnel, through the tunnel, onto the racetrack to be positioned for the photo. That's what's coming up. All right, we talked about the family feud for the Foster family out of Kansas. Christine Foster running this funny car. Christine Foster running the Family Feud Camaro funny car. Bringing it up for the test run down that AAA Texas lane. Stepping out of the top alcohol dragster into the top alcohol funny car. Scott City, Kansas. Christine getting them good and hot, doing the wiggle out of the water box. Big news on the Funny Car Chaos Facebook page when it was announced that Christine would be bringing this car to the Classic here at the Texas Motorplex. Trying out that right side lane, the AAA Texas lane on the test run here on a beautiful Thursday. We have seen some great runs on this Thursday afternoon test session. See, we might be about to see another one right here, right now. Funny Car Chaos kicking off the 6th year of its existence. First race of the 2022 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. A little early testing, giving everybody a chance to test a few things, knock off the rust. Little shake out there about 100 feet, gets out of the throttle and eases it down the racetrack to a 486 at 111.9 miles an hour. The short time 988 shows us there is a ton of performance there. Off the throttle with a 285 at half track and coasting at a 111 miles an hour. But still under 5 seconds with little effort. Julie Nottis brings the injected nitro funny car back to the line for another shot at it. Gonna see if they can put that incredible horsepower to the ground on this effort. So we have seen 3 injected nitro cars, 2 funny cars, and 1 fuel altered. Fuel altered really went right down the track. And of the 2 injected nitro funny cars, having a little difficulty. Now, the horsepower is there, the know-how is there. Not a question of talent or power. It's a question of a brand new combination that's not been run in who knows when. It's been a long time. Been a long time since there were injected nitro funny cars run on a regular basis in a somewhat mainstream way. So we'll find out if Meyer Racing and Julie Nottis as the driver, you can bet they'll get it figured out. Let's see if they've already got that done. And it was a short trip from instant tire smoke to record-setting performances. Let's find out. Julie bringing the car up to the starting line into the pre-stage position. Up and ready. Will another bit of tire smoke at the hit almost instantly. Not quite instantly that time. So progress. But they'll continue at the drawing board. Attention, funny cars. I need you in the front of the staging lanes. Funny cars to the front of the staging lanes for the group photo. The real staging lanes. Funny cars to the staging lanes now for the group photo lineup. We're going to put you in the staging lanes rather than have everybody just descend on the track. That won't work. So we need all funny cars to the front of the staging lanes. The real staging lanes, the ones out behind the tower, you know? All funny cars. We need you staged in the staging lanes for the photo shoot, please and thank you. Funny cars to the staging lanes. Funny cars to the staging lanes. This means you. Funny cars to the staging lanes, please. We need you in the staging lanes. That's where you go if you are wanting to get in the picture. We want you in the picture, so all funny cars to the staging lanes now for the group photo. Nitro funny car moving it up to the starting line here on Thursday afternoon testing. Lots of tire smoke right at the hit. The car coasts through at 97.8 miles an hour. All funny cars to the front of the staging lanes. The staging lanes, not the short chute. Funny cars to the front of the staging lanes, please. Funny cars to the front of the staging lanes, please. That's where you go to get lined up for the photograph. Funny cars to the staging lanes. Funny cars to the staging lanes now for the photo shoot. Funny cars, you'll be in the staging lanes, the actual staging lanes for the photo. We will line you up in the staging lanes and then send you out onto the racetrack to your spot for the photo. So if you're not making a test run and you have a funny car, I need you to start making your way to the front of the real staging lanes behind the tower. Right about now would be the appropriate time to do so. Thank you. The Ombre funny car, ripping for that Traveling Smoke Barbecue out of Wellington, Kansas. That is Mike Buchanan. Ready to make his second test run here in our pre-race test session. Mike Buchanan, one of the Funny Car Chaos competitors that has been with us since day one. Man, was it a thrash to get his car ready for that first Funny Car Chaos event, but he did. The paint came later. The performance continues to evolve. And they are back here for 2022 with the Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic. Two-step and a three-step and a 475 at 158 miles an hour. The still crazy Dodge Daytona funny car from Dumas, Texas, Clay Cunningham. Camp Stanley guides his driver out of the water into the burnout area. Good looking burnout right there for Clay. He's been itching to get back in this car ever since the last time he got out last year. All right, so the fire goes out on the Still Crazy machine. Tough break right there. Unfortunate break for the Still Crazy team. Unfortunately, that happens sometimes. All right, funny car competitors, the photo session is going to begin immediately after the test session has concluded. If you want to be in this picture, and I know you do, and we want you to be in this picture, well, you need to be in the staging lanes. Go to the front of the staging lanes. Bring your car there. Have everybody ready. Looking good. We'll get you onto the racetrack, and I need all funny cars to the front of the staging lanes, out behind the tower, to the front of the staging lanes now. Kyle Smith brings the Mustang Funny Car, the defending champion from the 2021 race here at the Motorplex, to the starting line. Things are looking better already as the car is still running after the burnout out and after the backup, as they have been having an electronic gremlin. No problem right there, though. 365, 181.57 miles an hour. Looking good for the defending champ. 365, 181.5 miles an hour. Good looking lap right there. All right, so high fives all around as the Smith team makes a great run down that AAA Texas lane. That makes room for Jade Cook, number 3 in points in 2021, the nitrous oxide boosted machine. Coming up for a run down the AAA Texas lane here on Thursday afternoon testing. Top end is clear, and the Nemesis Mustang Funny Car, after finishing number 3 in Funny Car Chaos Land last year. Just about 48 hours, this car was had no motor sitting in it. They were waiting until the last minute, actually waiting until they had all their parts and everything together. But they finally got it together, and they are here at Texas Motorplex for the Classic, ready to make a test run here on Thursday. One way of looking at it, they're early. Race day not officially until tomorrow. Jade Cook, your Rookie of the Year last year. Man, what a rookie season. She finished number 3 in the world of Funny Car Chaos. Family operation, Phil Cook and daughter Jade. Kicked off last year with a great season. Fire's lit. The nitrous car comes through the water, lights the tires, and getting ready to make that first run of 2022. If it will back up. Jeff Cameron from Fayetteville, Texas, brings that newly skinned Fayetteville Flyer up. Finished number 7 in Funny Car Chaos World last year. Took part in a test session yesterday, I believe, and this is the first time we've seen him today. Great looking ride, that Pontiac Trans Am funny car with the supercharged Hemi running alcohol fuel. Trying on that AAA Texas side of the racetrack one more time. Jeff Cameron. West Texas boy transplanted to the Houston area. Now lives out in the middle of nowhere between Corpus Christi and San Antonio and Houston in a little burg called Fayetteville, where Jake's speed shop is taking shape. Let's see what Mr. Cameron can do for us on that scoreboard. Number 7 in the world last year, hoping to move up a little bit more. A lot of pedaling going on out there in that Fayetteville Flyer. Coasting through at 106 miles an hour. Not the run they were looking for, but gathering data just the same, which is why we test. All right, funny car competitors, I appreciate you coming to the staging lanes, getting ready for this photo opportunity. If you haven't made it to the staging lanes, I invite you to do so now. Funny car photo shoot. This is going to be an epic picture. You want to definitely make sure that you are in the picture, because this is going to be one for the ages. People are going to have this poster on their wall for decades. Maybe more, centuries, I don't know. Jeff Krug, the Cat Man. All the way from Iowa. The Obsession Monte Carlo funny car. Got that NTX Diesel Stick-to-Itiveness Award last year because it came with two motors and they left it. So hopefully this year turns out better for Team Obsession. Looking good, sounding good. Always a good running car. Supercharged and injected, running alcohol fuel. Having trouble getting the car into reverse. All right, so Godzilla gets out there and applies the leg strength to it, gets the car going backwards so they can get it to the starting line. Whatever it takes, right? Texas Motorplex race crew jumping into action to help a racer get the car back where it needs to be so they can make a run and not have to shut it down. Nice work, gentlemen. Well, and after all of that, no dice. So they'll push the car back. Tough break right there for Jeff. Well, race fans, what a beautiful day at Texas Motorplex. We are winding our way down on this Thursday afternoon test session. We've got funny cars out in the staging lanes where they will be lined up and sit onto the racetrack for this epic photograph that is about to be taken. So the Catman comes out the escape hatch after a tough break, and the car has to be shut down. Michael Anderson from Abilene, Texas, brings that small block nitro burning top fuel dragster into the water for another run down the racetrack. Made a beautiful pass earlier. This old school Slingshot with the supercharged nitro burning small block Chevy for power. Not a peg in that cool meter for this guy. And I'm told that if you want to go old school nostalgia top fuel racing, this one might be available soon. Michael Anderson runs at the Texas Drag Racing Association. The TDRA out here in full force. Driver meeting for the TDRA is going to be at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Just giving you a heads up if you're already here. TDRA driver meeting at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning at the TDRA trailer. You can find it by looking for the Texas flag and the TDRA flag flying high above the pits. Out here at the Motorplex. All right, first time down the racetrack for Michael Anderson's nostalgia top fuel car. Was a nice run, quick and straight, which is always good. Let's take a ride with him this time. I mean, on rails, 455, 165 miles an hour. Another beautiful run. They have got that car figured out as it goes straight down the middle of the racetrack. Absolutely flawless. Not a move side to side, just going the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and that car has run a straight line twice. Nice. Well, at last year's event here at the Texas Motorplex, this team, Donald Knobloch's Atomic Punk, had their challenges getting here with a trailer fire. They wound up getting here just in time to make one qualifying run. They came out, and after the burnout, the parachutes came out. So in a lot of circumstances, that would have been, as they say, all she wrote. However, that's not the way we do it at Funny Car Chaos. Since they had not taken a tree, they were able to pull the car out, go back and get it set to relight, repack the chutes, and they were able to get one qualifying run in. It didn't happen to turn out to be a run good enough to qualify, but they didn't have to drive all the way from Washington just to watch. They got to run. Now they're back for 2022 as this beautiful 69 Camaro called the Atomic Punk, running a short stroke nitro burning Hemi for power, trying it out on the right side of the Christmas tree today in the AAA Texas lane. As we are working our way through the last cars of the test session. If you're not in the test session and if you got a funny car, you should be in the front of the staging lanes, as we will send you onto the racetrack so we can stage this picture. Hasn't been one done like this in a long, long time, and certainly not one with this many cars. So this is going to be one of those got-to-haves for all funny car fans around the globe. If you're tuning in with us on Funny Car Chaos's YouTube channel or Drag Racer TV, be watching for the details on how you can get your own version of this photo that will be taking place after the testing session has concluded. Donald Knobloch, quick pedal and back on the throttle, holds onto that loud pedal all the way down the racetrack. 408 at 189.22 miles an hour. Got to be some smiles in the Atomic Punk pit about that. 109 short time with that little quick hit, that little quick pedal. 277 to half track, and a 408 through the 660 at 189 miles an hour. Nice job, Atomic Punk crew. Way to go. Well, that is going to do it for our test session here on a pre-race testing day. We've got our photo shoot about to take place. For all of you that joined us on the live stream, we thank you for being with us. We want to say thanks to Larice Motorsports Insurance, Spell Paving Service, Elite Motorsports, and Elite HP for providing the live stream today. For all you viewers, we will be on flowracing.com tomorrow and Saturday to bring you all the action from the Texas Motorplex and the second annual Lone Star Forklift Funny Car Chaos Classic at the Texas Motorplex. Be good to each other and be well. We'll see you tomorrow.